Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off on Mappas, though Havoc enters as the clear favorite here. Havoc holds a massive 418 to 188 edge in their overall head-to-head history. It's clear he has the psychological advantage here since they've faced off so many times. I want to see if Mist can actually shake that history off early on. Mist is actually pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. Coming off a tough run of losses today, he looks sharp. The parity is surprising so far, but Havoc is starting to claw his way back into the driver's seat. Mist is holding a narrow lead at 3-2. A complete contrast to that one-sided 13-4 a while back. We are all tied up now, 3 apiece. His recent form has been practically untouchable across his last 10 matches. Mist is refusing to let the momentum slide, putting up a real fight here. It is an uphill battle for the number 30 seed right now. Deadlock again as they both hit 4. That's an impressive showing from the number 6 ranked player. Mist manages to seize a thin lead, 5-4. He's really fighting back after those 3 tough losses yesterday. Havoc is currently struggling to translate his 28-7 record from the last day into results. It's a stark contrast to how easily he's usually dealt with this opponent. Now the pressure is really on the favorite to stabilize. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly, this is shocking. Havoc entered this as the heavy favorite, but Mist is playing like a different person today. Fresh start for both players. Havoc finally takes the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. The higher rated side is starting to assert himself here. And just like that, Mist brings us back to square one at 7-0. A massive shift from that blowout result they had 16 hours ago. Havoc really played that perfectly, catching him right as he stepped up the ramp. Unbelievable. We're back at a stalemate with 8 apiece. A surprising turn of events considering how the last few hours went. Mist just punished him for staying on that ramp, and the momentum is swinging way in his favor now. Absolute chaos for the number 6 seed right now. An absolute nail-biter as both reach 9 rounds. Hard to believe he's been this contested today given his usual dominance. Mist pushes ahead by 1, finally breaking the tie. A lightning fast tool to put him further ahead. It is just a total toss-up at this point. They're trading rounds, blow for blow. Havoc is starting to put some distance between them as he closes in on the end. A total shutdown to bring him to the precipice of victory. He's looking incredibly sharp with those quick reactions. Absolutely outclassed in the final exchange. Havoc closes out the series. He really fought for every single round there, but the skill gap eventually showed. He just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight! Welcome back to Berserk League. We're on fast aim for a clash between Ignis and the currently favored Havoc. Ignis claimed the high ground early and used that altitude to secure the first point. A surprising start for the lower rated player in this pair. Havoc is looking very sharp today, quickly erasing that early mistake to tie things up. We're seeing a familiar pattern from their previous head-to-head. Havoc is putting on a show with a massive 27-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right now. If he can keep the pressure up, we might be looking at another one-sided result here. Havoc shuts him down from the window, extending his hold on the match. He is really mirroring that dominant 13-3 victory from yesterday. The momentum continues as he outduels his opponent from the ramp, moving to a commanding 4-1 lead. He responds with a fast, untouched kill to put some pressure back on the front runner. He's fighting back and proving he can hang with the favorite. He just blasted Havoc off that box to bring the score within 1. The early lead for the favorite is starting to evaporate. Havoc claws back the lead, taking a 5-3 cushion. He definitely feels comfortable against an opponent like Ignis. Havoc out-peaks him from the wine box, and that's 3 in a row for the favorite. He's certainly living up to that number 6 ranking right now. Havoc secures the win from the ramp, putting his opponent in a deep hole. Ignis takes control from the toolbox to get a round back. He's definitely fighting a steep hill against a top 10 opponent. We go into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. The match is basically playing out exactly as the ranking suggested. The highest seeded player is holding his ground, though he hasn't completely run away with it yet. Fresh start for both of them. Havoc holds his ground from the bricks to push this lead back out to 3. His current form makes it hard to find an answer for him. Havoc is just too quick, pulling off another win and shutting down Ignis right there on the ramp. His historical edge in this rivalry is starting to feel like a wall. He puts on a display of absolute control, wiping Ignis off the toolbox to take a 10-round lead. He's really flexing that rank 6 pedigree right now. Ignis finally gets one back, trading shots to keep himself in the game. Still needs a few big rounds to bridge that historical gap. Havoc is just too fast for him, picking Ignis up from the ramp in a flash. The gap in their career head-to-head is starting to feel overwhelming. Ignis manages to hold his ground and take the fight from the ramp. He really fought through that one to stay alive. Absolute precision from Havoc, putting him one single step away from the victory. That flick was practically instantaneous. Unbelievable. Havoc closes it out with a stunning flash kill to seal the victory. He's just outclassing everyone right now, continuing a tier that's seen him barely lose a set all day. Welcome everyone, Mist and Ignis are stepping into the arena today with the favorite looking to secure another win. Mist keeps his composure and just picks Ignis off the boost for a fast first round. Ignis has completely owned his rivalry in the past, winning 62% of their total head-to-head encounters. It's a stark contrast to how he's playing right now. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that blowout loss to Mist last time they played today. Mist is running away with it, leading 3-1. He's really shaking off those recent losses today. Ignis is starting to put on the brakes and keep this close, preventing Mist from building any real lead. Ignis has fought back to tie things up at 3-all. He's certainly fighting to get back to that higher stand-in on the ladder. Mist grabs a thin lead, putting him up 4-3. A really different result than the rout we saw 16 hours ago. Unbelievable. He survives a total war to level the score at 4-4. He's showing a lot more resilience than in the matches we've seen earlier today. Ignis is just too sharp right now, taking that round from the Tetris block for another quick win. The momentum has completely shifted as he punishes Mist from the box to extend his run. Absolute chaos there, and somehow he claws out the victory with practically nothing left in the tank. Seriously leaning into the danger zone now. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead going into the switch. Everything is playing out exactly how we expected. Mist is keeping it competitive for now, but the stronger player is definitely in the driver's seat. New side, new energy. A crisp shot from Mist to hold that momentum and keep this series wide open. The target is definitely feeling the pressure now. Mist has struggled quite a bit today, coming in with a rough 7:27 record over the last day. So yeah, he's fighting a massive uphill battle against his own form right now. It's going to take some serious mental fortitude to claw back into this. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to scrape through this messy exchange. He's definitely putting his confidence back together after those early struggles. What a response. He just flicks straight onto the Tetris to level the game at 8-all. Now we've got a completely clean slate heading into the next. He's completely taking over the map now, claiming another victory from the box to take the lead. The pressure is mounting for the former favorite to get a stop. Ignis clears out the Tetris spot to bring this match back to a dead heat. It's an impressive display of poise for the higher ranked player. Mist manages to pick him off the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. It's getting interesting to see the underdog really push back here. He's completely untouched in that exchange, extending his lead to 11-9. Ignis is really struggling to find some stability here. He's completely taken over the server, moving within a single round of victory. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. What a way to finish it. He closes out a spectacular comeback to take the win. He just refused to break, even after a brutal stretch of losses this week. Total mental reset right there. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Havoc facing off on red line, where the favorite looks strong heading into this match. Havoc has a dominant history here, winning 69% of their previous encounters. That long-term edge is pairing perfectly with his current momentum. It will be a tough uphill climb for Mist to reverse those trends today. Havoc is really starting to pull away now. He's really operating at a different level today. Havoc is just too quick, putting an end to Mist's attempt to hold that ramp. The class difference is evident, as the 6th ranked player takes full control. He's completely untouchable right now, keeping his foot on the gas with another lightning fast kill. Mist answers back with a clean strike, showing some real grit to close the gap. A huge moment for the underdog to stabilize this early. Mist has a tough road today, especially coming off an 827 record over the last day. That lack of consistency really clashes with the high-level form Havoc has been showing. He'll need a massive shift in gear to turn this around. Havoc still holds a commanding 3-round lead. That's a huge look for him, considering their recent history. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, leaving Mist with a lot of ground to make up. He's certainly playing up to his rank as the top 6 seed. Havoc just claimed another round, shutting everything down from the ramp. He's simply outclassing his opponent today, mirroring that 13-4 win from earlier. Havoc takes the lead 8-4. Everything is going according to plan for the top seed. He's really making use of his experience to keep the pressure on Mist. Time to see a reset. Mist secures 1, bringing the tally to 8-5. A respectable showing from the 30th ranked player in the league. Havoc holds a strong 9-5 cushion right now. He's definitely riding high with that strong 29-7 record today. That was an absolute blink, and you miss it in counter. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible right now. Havoc pushes the lead to 10-6. The underdog had to dig deep to get that one back. Mist is fighting back, but Havoc still leads 10-7. That is a really clean burst to keep the rally going. Havoc is just refusing to let Mist build any momentum here. His recent 90% success rate in his last 10 is on full display. Mist keeps fighting back, refusing to let this match slip away completely. It's a tough spot for Havoc after that loss to Ignis on fast aim. He secures a huge round from the ramp, bringing him to the very edge of victory. A really strong showing relative to his rank in the top 10. What a scramble! Both players were hammered, but Mist manages to come out on top here. A clutch scramble that keeps the pressure high. What a finish! Havoc closes out the series with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's just on fire right now, continuing an absolutely insane run of form today. Mist puts up a fight, but he's simply not a match for him. Welcome to the stream. Ignis and Havoc are facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to keep a hot streak alive. Both players decided to push the ramp, but Havoc just happened to be a split second faster. The rating gap is definitely playing a role here. Havoc is entering this with an incredible 10-game win streak. It's a massive contrast to how Ignis has been playing recently. I wonder if this momentum creates too high a wall for Ignis to climb. Havoc is just dominating, leading by a commanding 3. He's having a massive day across the board with that 29-7 record. It's becoming a real uphill battle for Ignis, who just can't seem to find an answer for this early pressure. He's certainly making his high ladder standing felt so far. He digs in to win a gritty exchange, showing some real grit to keep this contest close. He's certainly proving that his lower placement doesn't mean he's outclassed. Havoc still holds a tight grip at 5-2. It's just a continuation of what we saw in their previous encounter. What a lightning-fast reaction as he shuts that door and keeps his hopes alive. That was an incredibly sharp peek to snap the momentum. The comeback is gaining steam as he secures another round to narrow the gap. The underdog is refusing to go quietly. Havoc has the upper hand in this rivalry, historically winning 59% of their encounters, and you can see that psychological edge manifesting right now. It's making it very difficult for Ignis to maintain any real momentum after a quick burst of rounds. We head into the break at 7-5. The result is exactly where we expected it to be. Havoc is keeping his cool and leveraging that top 6 rank to stay comfortably in the driver's seat. Time to shake things up. Havoc maintains a healthy 3-round cushion over Ignis. A completely different story from that 13-5 result we saw 16 hours ago. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 9-5. He's looking entirely too comfortable right now. He puts an end to that brief rally and takes full control of the map again. He is truly on fire, putting together a 10-game tier lately. Ignis manages to pick him off the ramp, bringing the score to 6-10. A crucial stop for the number 24 seed. That was an instant reaction. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here. Things are starting to feel very unpredictable now that we've reached this stage of the map. His recent struggles have usually seen him drop maps much quicker. That was effortless. Havoc just needs a single round now to put this whole match away. He fights back with a flawless kill, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. Just another trade in this high-tension exchange. What a finish. He secures the final blow to close things out right here. He's just completely locked in right now, continuing a run that's honestly looking unstoppable these days. Ignis holds a substantial historical advantage in this rivalry with 609 head-to-head wins, but he's coming in quite cold after a string of losses in his latest series. We'll see if he can actually reverse that trend today. Mist is really starting to pull ahead here. Ignis is usually the one controlling these types of series. Mist is showing an incredible amount of speed today, ending these exchanges before Ignis can even react. Unbelievable! That was a total slugfest, but he manages to claw out another victory. He secures a clean look at the head and shuts that slide down instantly. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. He claims another one from the boxes, proving he's far from out of this. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that one to even the score. A complete reversal of fortune for both sides in just a few minutes. Goodness, that was a total firefight. He barely survives the exchange to reclaim the lead. Absolute perfection there. He has finally clawed back into a dead heat. A real battle of nerves as we head toward the midway point. Mist edges ahead once more, taking a 6-5 lead. A tough stretch for the favorite after that recent slump. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise given the historical gap between these two. He's fighting far above his rank today. Time to see if the momentum holds. He's showing plenty of grit, continuing to narrow the gap as we head into the final stretch. This is exactly why the odds were leaning his way. The resilience is showing now, and he's a perfectly flat 7-7. A total deadlock as we head toward the finish. He just can't be stopped right now, completing a hat trick of rounds to take the lead. He's really starting to flex that higher ladder standing. He is simply on fire right now, extending his run to 4 straight rounds. Total dominance from the favorite as the lead widens. A sharp response from Mist to hold that slide and bring the score to 8-9. He's definitely not feeling the pressure of that ladder gap. And just like that, we are back to a dead heat at 9 apiece. He's definitely feeling the pressure after a rough afternoon. He holds that height advantage perfectly, raining down fire from the ramp to keep this run going. That's a lot of pressure on the higher rated player right now. He's simply untouchable right now, moving in for a 4th straight victory. Both players have had a rough time against Havoc today. He is putting on a clinic right now, a 5th straight round for the lead. Hard to believe how poorly the favored side is playing today. What an absolute statement! He closes out the final round to seal the victory. A huge result here as he completely flips the script on the long-term history between these two. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off today, with Havoc entering this one as the clear favorite. Havoc starts strong, using that height advantage on the box to take an early lead. That's a strong start for the higher rated player here. Havoc enters this match as a heavy favorite with a huge 69% head-to-head win rate over Mist. It's clear he's usually the one controlling the pace in these matchups. But seeing how these first couple of rounds have gone, Mist is proving he can hold his own regardless of the history. Havoc is putting a real stranglehold on this, leading 3-1. Looking sharp after that recent 13-8 victory over Ignis. He's just not letting up, picking up another quick win to extend his run. Simply outclassed again. He's just completely taken over this match. He's really looking like a man on a mission with that 11-game run. A sharp reaction there to keep the deficit at 3. A good response given he's staring down a top 10 opponent. Havoc is really benefiting from a high confidence run, having won 100% of his last 10 matches. So yeah, it's easy to see why he looks so comfortable right now. I wonder if Mist can find any way to break this momentum before the half. Mist is refusing to back down, taking him right off that box to keep this close. Tough day so far for the number 30 seed. Havoc still holds a commanding 3-round lead here. He's finding some real confidence with those back-to-back picks. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how this match was projected to go. He's playing at his usual level, utilizing his top 6 ranking to keep Mist under pressure. Fresh start for Mist here. Havoc is absolutely dominating with a massive 9-4 lead. He's putting that massive experience gap on display. Mist pulls one back to make it 9-5. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that tough defeat to Havoc in their previous meeting. Mist has really shifted the energy here. He's a lot closer to this than he was just a few rounds ago. That's a much tighter contest than we expected. Havoc is cruising right now, sitting on a 10-6 lead. He's really been on a roll, with a 28-7 record over the last day. Mist claws one back, narrowing the gap to 7-10. He just cleaned the slate with that lightning fast kill. Havoc is really tightening his grip on this match as the finish line gets closer. These last few rounds have become absolute coin flips, with both players trading kills instantly. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to edge out the win. That was an incredibly tight exchange to close out. Absolutely flawless. Havoc shuts the door on this match and secures the victory. He's just completely untouchable right now, keeping this winning streak alive with another huge performance. Welcome everyone, we have Ignis and Havoc facing off today in the arena, with Havoc entering as the slight favorite. Havoc is currently on a massive 12-game winning streak, but the early pressure from Ignis might be shifting the dynamic of this particular series. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can regain his usual composure. Ignis has seized control, leading the count to 1. He certainly has the upper hand in their head-to-head history. Havoc is really picking up speed now, taking out Ignis from the Tetris blocks with a lightning-fast reaction. He completely shuts down that ramp attempt and is now rolling through a 3-round tier. The higher-rated man is starting to assert himself. Ignis manages to secure that duel from the Tetris, leveling this series at 3-3. His recent form has been shaky, but he's proving he belongs in this set. Unbelievable! He manages to scrape through with the skin of his teeth after a brutal trade from the Tetris. Ignis secures that trade from the ramp, and now we are completely deadlocked in this series. Ignis is fighting an uphill battle despite that last trade. Ignis pushes the lead to 5-4 with that clutch play. It's a surprising shift for someone who's been as dominant today. Ignis is completely on fire, knocking his opponent off the Tetris to secure a hat-trick of rounds. Havoc answers back with a clean frame to keep this close heading into the mid-match break. The momentum is swinging just in time for the break. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Ignis is playing way above his rank right now. He's holding his own against a top 10 opponent and refusing to back down. Let's see who blinks first. Ignis just stepped up his game, utilizing that ramp height to grab another lead. A surprising turn given that he just dropped an 8-13 set to him. Havoc is making his presence felt from the Tetris blocks, really tightening the grip on this series. Havoc edges ahead, taking a slim 8-7 lead. The gap in their raw rankings is starting to show. He's totally in control now, racking up another victory to push the lead to 9-7. That top 6 rating is really starting to play a role here. A tough exchange on the ramp, but he manages to outdo his opponent. He's managing to scrap back into the fight. Havoc finds a nice spot on the Tetris to pull further ahead. He's definitely feeling the confidence of that 29-7 day so far. Havoc is really putting on a clinic here, which is exactly what you expect from someone on such a hot streak. Incredible grit from Ignis, clawing back around where he was nearly out of health. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. That was a blink, and you missed it exchange, putting the pressure firmly on Ignis. And that's it. Havoc closes it out with a perfect shot from the Tetris to secure the win. He's just far too consistent right now, putting together another clean victory to keep this incredible day rolling. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy today for a great matchup between Mist and Ignis. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Ignis usually takes the lion's share of these matches with over 600 all-time wins, but things have shifted recently. It's a new story today, and Mist is looking to prove that their previous win wasn't just a fluke. Mist is really starting to dominate this series. The underdog is definitely feeling confident right now. They are trading rounds back and forth perfectly. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room. Ignis holds a slim lead, sitting at 3 rounds. Looking for a spark after that 8-13 loss to Havoc. That was an instant shutdown. He's really taking control of the map now. A total reversal of fortune. He's on fire right now, taking a firm grip on the lead. He's completely taken over, landing another kill to push his streak to 5. Mist finally finds an answer to hold that momentum. Ignis had been having a tough run with the recent loss streak. Ignis really holds the long-term advantage with over 600 head-to-head victories. It's a huge statistical edge, but the recent map they played together showed that Mist can definitely dismantle his defense. I wonder if that previous win is still weighing on his mind. We head into the break with Ignis leading 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He just looks like the better player in these exchanges today. Time to swap sides. Unreal. That was an absolute scrap, and Mist barely manages to scrape through with his life. That was a fingernail finisher. Ignis is pulling away now with a 9-5 lead. He's really putting that rating gap to good use. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. The gap in the rankings is barely showing right now. Mist is staying tenacious, picking up another round to narrow this deficit. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to feel irrelevant. He's simply not stopping, taking a 3rd straight for himself as the deficit shrinks. The pressure is clearly shifting toward the favorite. Absolutely unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit and we are officially tied. Hard to believe where we are right now. Ignis gets the upper hand in a tight trade to reclaim the lead. He's playing a bit more comfortably now, despite that rough start today. Pure efficiency here as Mist secures another round to keep the parity. He's just not letting up, taking a 2nd straight to put himself back on top. He's really shaking the confidence of the former favorite. Neither of them is letting the other hold the lead for long. We are looking at a dead heat here. A frantic exchange of shots and Ignis comes out on top to move within striking distance. He is just 1 step away from wrapping these up. What an absolute nail-biter. This grueling battle is headed straight into overtime. Both players are completely locked in for this tiebreaker. He's just too greedy. Both players traded heavy damage, but Mist dug deep to secure another win. The historical edge hasn't stopped him from slipping this far. He's completely untouchable right now, stamping out the opposition's momentum with a swift, clean shot. He's absolutely rolling, now moving just 1 step closer to victory with that 4th straight win. What a finale! Mist completes the incredible climb to take down the series. He really refused to go away tonight, proving that those old head-to-head stats don't mean a thing anymore. He earned every bit of that. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off, with Havoc entering the match as the clear favorite. Havoc is an absolute powerhouse with a 13-game win streak leading into this. That's why it's surprising to see him drop the opening encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can recover his composure quickly. Mist is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. A massive mountain to climb for the lower ranked man today. Mist is really making things difficult for him right now, and the gap is just starting to widen. He's simply on another level right now, pushing his advantage to 4 rounds. His recent dominance in the head-to-head is completely vanishing. Havoc looks completely unfazed now, shutting that door and cutting the deficit to 2. Mist has a really steep hill to climb given he only wins about 30% of his games lately. Well, it's making this unexpected lead feel even more impressive since he's usually the one struggling in his recent outings. He's certainly playing the role of the spoiler today. Mist is just cruising right now, holding a comfortable 6-3 lead. Looking at the history, the top seed usually walks away with this one. The speed of these encounters is picking up and Mist is just out-reacting everything right now. Mist is just relentless, extending the gap to 7-4. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything about this match says Havoc should be in control. He's just not finding that early edge we expected from a top 6 player. Time to see who blinks first. Mist is just running away with it, sitting at 8-5. The seed advantage isn't playing any role in this particular series. Mist is just dominating a 9-5 lead. He's really shaking the hierarchy of the ladder today. Absolute perfection here as he secures a third straight win with a lightning fast flick. The skill gap between these two is barely showing. Havoc answers back with a precise burst to halt the run. He has had the upper hand in the vast majority of their meetings. Mist is just far too quick for him right now. Those reactions are simply on another level. And that's another one. He's just one win away from victory. The script for this match has been completely flipped. Havoc comes through with a sharp response to stop the momentum for a moment. That's a clean read to claw back some ground. He's clearly found a way to keep the pressure on, extending his recent run to 2 rounds. He's definitely shaking off the rust now. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, clinging to a sliver of health to keep this run going. He's just relentless right now, extending a 4-round surge to keep the dream alive. The momentum is shifting completely back to the favorite. He's simply refusing to let this game slip, holding a tight grip on the series now. The pressure is fully on the opponent now. What a finish. He digs deep to secure the final point and seals the victory. He just outlasted everything that Havoc threw at him. I'm honestly stunned to see that win streak finally come to an end here. What a fight! Welcome to Redline. We have Ignis taking on Havoc today, with the favorite looking to keep his momentum going. Havoc is coming in with an incredible 13-game win streak. It's clear that momentum is carrying over because he's already had a lot of success against Ignis in their past encounters. We just have to see if Ignis can find any way to shut that down. Havoc holds a narrow lead as we hit round 3. Hard to imagine the gap in rating given how this is starting. Ignis looks great from that ramp, completely erasing the early lead Havoc had on him. A complete turnaround from the results we saw in their previous match. Havoc is just too sharp today, using that ramp to put himself back in control of the series. He's clearly the more confident player today. Ignis reacts quickly to pull Havoc right off that ramp and bring the game back to a dead heat. Havoc claws back ahead with a slim 4-3 lead. Both players have essentially identical win rates on this specific map. Looking at the recent form, Ignis has really struggled to get his footing with only a 20% win rate in his last 10. He's coming into this match carrying a heavy burden of losses. It'll take something special from him right now to reverse this trend. Ignis is refusing to back down, putting together a strong response to chip away at that lead. He's really found his second wind as we approach the break. Pressure is definitely shifting toward the favorite right now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's doing exactly what we expected given the gap in their rankings. Ignis is staying competitive, but the top seed is definitely the one in charge here. Time for the switch. He secures the kill from the ramp, continuing this strong push to close the gap. That was an incredibly crisp exchange. The underdog is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this. Havoc is pulling away, extending his cushion to 8-6. He's showing the class of a top 10 ranked player here. Havoc is surging ahead with a commanding 9-6 lead. The sheer volume of games played between these two is staggering. A total shutout on that exchange as Ignis continues to show some serious grit. It's proving much harder for the favorite to close this out. Unbelievable! He barely escapes that exchange with his life, clawing back the lead at 10-7. Pure chaos in that exchange, neither side is giving an inch. He's really locking in now, putting out some incredibly fast reactions to secure that lead. The gap in the ladder is starting to feel very real. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. That last one was over in a heartbeat. This is exactly why we don't count these guys out. Havoc claims another round from the ramp, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. It is starting to feel like a foregone conclusion given the disparity in their rank. A lightning-fast reflex play from Ignis to deny a quick victory. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right now. What a final shot! Havoc secures the victory with an untouched health bar to close out the game. He's just on another level right now, completely dismantling everything Ignis tried to throw at him today. Welcome everyone, we've got Mist and Ignis facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to secure another victory today. Mist just came through with a quick reaction, picking Ignis right off the ramp to start things off. Ignis really needs to snap this cold stretch he's on. Mist is looking sharp, taking control of the map from the ramp to grab another one. It's a tough run for someone who typically owns the head-to-head. A total stalemate on the ramp just now, but Ignis had a faster finger to tie things up. Mist is really capitalizing on his current momentum to build a nice cushion here. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, using that high ground to push for a huge lead. A flawless sequence from Ignis to stay in this, refusing to let the lead slip further. The underdog is finally starting to show some fight. Unreal, Ignis manages to clutch out the fight and scrape through with a sliver of health. He's really digging in deep with these narrow escapes. What a turnaround! He has completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. The favorite is definitely finding his footing as the server resets. The surge continues as he cleans up from the ramp, now leading the series. He's truly capitalizing on the confidence from that strong start. Mist puts him down from the ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. Mist holds a slim lead as we enter round 11. The lower seed is really making a statement here. We're locked at 6-6 heading into the break. Ignis had a huge run to get back into this, but Mist is proving he can hang with the favorite. It's anyone's game from here. Time to see who blinks first. Mist edges ahead, taking a one-round lead. A tough afternoon for him so far with 3 straight losses. Ignis is usually the dominant force in this rivalry, controlling over 60% of their all-time meetings. Well, Mist seems to have a completely different plan for him today. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum shifts back toward the historical favorite. Mist holds a 2-round advantage as we hit 16. He's definitely having a rougher day overall with the rank 26 spot. Mist continues to put on a show, claiming another one from the ramp. Coming off a tough stretch of 3 losses in a row today. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing a 3-round streak to take a commanding lead. Things are looking grim for him after that tough series against Havoc. He's just completely shut the door on a comeback, putting himself one step away from victory. The gap in the rankings is showing up in a big way. A sharp reaction there from Ignis to put a stop to the bleeding. Still needs a lot of ground to make up to pull the upset. Ignis secures another one from the ramp to keep this dream alive. The experience is really starting to show in this final stretch. What a finish. Mist secures the final kill to close out the series. He's really turning the tide against a long-time rival today. Another huge win for him as he keeps the momentum rolling. Welcome to the arena. Mist and Havoc are ready to go, but let's see if the underdog can pull off a surprise. Havoc holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with over 400 wins. It makes this early lead for Mist a bit surprising given the rankings. We have to see if Mist can actually keep up this pace. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly finished, but he manages to barely scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Havoc is simply on fire right now, taking total control of the map. The difference in their overall rankings is starting to show. Mist responds quickly, closing the gap to 2-3. He's definitely feeling the pressure after his recent 11-24 run today. What a nail-biter! Havoc survives by a hair to take a 2-round lead. The disparity on the ladder is becoming very apparent. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp with a 28-7 record over the last day. I mean, it's making total sense why he's moving into a 3-round lead right now. He's simply outclassing his opponent in the opening stages. He simply outpeaks his opponent from the Tetris, taking absolute control of this match. He's definitely playing like a top 10 talent today. A brutal trade of fire, but he comes out on top for another round. He's comfortably sitting in the top 10 of our rating. He's just unstoppable right now, extending the streak to 6 as we head toward the break. A complete shift in momentum as we wrap up the first half. Havoc takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. Well, the skill gap is exactly what we expected to see here. Mist needs to make some serious adjustments if he wants to avoid a quick defeat. Time to see if Mist awakens. Havoc is just putting on a clinic right now, moving within a single round of closing this out. A nightmarish run for a player who's typically the clear favorite. Another quick victory here, and he's just 1 round away from closing this out. Game over! Havoc shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He's just purely outclassing everyone today. A really tough result for Mist, who couldn't find any answer for that speed. Welcome to the stream. Ignis and Havoc are stepping onto Mappas to see who can claim the first 13 rounds. Havoc starts strong using the ramp to secure that early advantage. He's definitely coming in with a more confident momentum today. Havoc has a substantial advantage in their overall head-to-head record, winning roughly 60% of their encounters. It's clear that history is on his side today, especially with Ignis struggling in his latest matches. We'll see if he can keep this pace up. Unreal! Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he just barely managed to survive. What a scramble! Ignis barely clutched that out from the boxes to narrow the gap. Quite a turn of events for the lower rated player today. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. The lower ranked competitor is refusing to go away. Total shutdown. Ignis simply doesn't miss right now and takes a lead for the first time. Absolutely oppressive. He keeps rolling forward and has now taken 4 straight. That was a gritty scramble, but Ignis manages to secure another one to keep the momentum swinging. Havoc shuts that down from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in the fight. He's doing a lot of the heavy lifting to bridge this gap. Ignis is currently playing well above his usual standard, especially considering he entered this match on an 8-loss streak. You know, those recent struggles usually spell disaster, but he's completely flipped the script today. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can find a way to reclaim control. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. Well, we're looking at a huge shift in momentum here. Havoc entered this as the heavy favorite, but he's struggling to keep up with that 5-round run Ignis just put together. Ignis keeps climbing, putting him up by 3 now. The gap on the ladder is starting to look irrelevant right now. That was an effortless shot, showing he's not about to let the lead slip away. The higher rated player finally finds some ground to stand on. The momentum is shifting as Havoc puts together a 2nd straight win to close that gap. And again, he secures another one from the ramp to bring us level at 8 apiece. That's a complete reset of everything we've seen so far. He answers back immediately to reclaim that 1-round lead. He's defying the odds after that tough result on red line. A complete shutout as he forces a dead heat at 9 apiece. Neither player is letting the other hold the lead for long. He simply refuses to crumble, digging in and surviving that exchange to keep the rally going. What a statement! He drops him right off the ramp to build his lead further. He is fully reclaiming his role as the expected victor here. A clean response from Ignis to keep things interesting. The gap in the ratings is nearly invisible right now. Good grief, both players were shredded in that exchange, but he survives by a hair to bring us dead even. Total authority from Ignis as he takes full control of the series. An incredible show of resolve from Havoc to force a dead heat and push this clash into overtime. The pressure is immense as they head into this deciding block. He is simply too fast right now, shutting everything down and taking a commanding lead in this overtime clash. That's a blistering pace to close out the round. The exchanges are lightning fast right now, and Ignis is proving he can trade blows with the best of them. A pristine round for Havoc as he keeps climbing back into this series. A sudden and clinical strike to pull ahead. Whoa, Ignis barely claws his way out of that one to bring us back to a draw. Absolute nail-biter now, as this match reaches a total deadlock. He just takes over the exchange and moves into a one-round lead. A really fast exchange to put the pressure back on. Havoc digs deep to secure a crucial point from the ramp, and now he is just one round away from victory. Ignis answers back to hold a precarious one-round lead. Ignis holds onto a slim two-round edge. His recent series of losses weren't making him look like a threat. Ignis is clinging to a one-point cushion at 17. The tension is through the roof as he refuses to go quiet. And now we're back at the deadlock, 17 all. Absolute chaos as neither player can pull away for a lead. Ignis edges ahead again, leading 18 to 17. A quick reflex play to halt that momentum shift. A staggering finish to that round. We're locked at 18 apiece. Neither player is giving an inch in this absolute deadlock. Havoc clawed back the lead, putting him up 19-18. Ignis strikes back to tie it up at 19. Havoc edges back in front with a huge 2019 lead. The experience difference is showing in these late game scenarios. Ignis pulls it back, leaving them tied at 20. He's really putting that ranked 28 standing to the test. Ignis takes the lead once more, sitting at 21. The underdog is simply refusing to go down today. Ignis is suddenly surging ahead with a two-round cushion. He really just refused to back down in overtime, fighting through some crazy nerves to close the door. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Mist taking on the heavily favored Ignis in this 1v1 battle. Ignis has clearly been the dominant force in this rivalry, winning 61% of their total encounters. He is looking to maintain that historical grip on his opponents right now. Mist will be eager to prove that those previous defeats don't define the current series. An effortless shot secures another win, and the momentum is firmly with the leader. He is just on another level right now, making it 4 straight. The ladder gap isn't huge, but the result here certainly is. Finally, a response from Mist, cutting down the lead to 1-4. He is definitely remembering that recent 39 victory. Ignis bounces right back up to a 5-1 lead. He is really justifying that favorite status right now. Ignis has struggled lately with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 games. It's interesting because despite that dip in form, he still looks like the more composed player here. He needs to tighten up if he wants to avoid another swing. Wow. He's absolutely on fire. Mist claims another one, tightening this gap significantly. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Ignis responds immediately, regaining a 2-round advantage. He's really showing why he holds the edge historically on this map. He's showing some real grit now, keeping the pressure high as we head into the break. A lightning quick sequence to get back within 1. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. Well, this is exactly how we expected things to go. Ignis has his habitual edge over Mist and is making it look straightforward so far. Let's see if Mist has an answer. He's refusing to go away, staying aggressive and keeping this fight alive. The underdog is refusing to buckle under the pressure. Ignis still holds the cushion at 8-6. Absolutely lethal reaction time there. Ignis extends his lead, now sitting pretty at 9-6. He's really finding his footing after a tough run in his last 10 games. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaos with a sliver of health to keep the comeback rolling. Absolute clutch factor on display to keep things interesting. Ignis keeps his composure to push the lead to 10-7. He's putting the lower ranked side of this matchup to the test. He is just too quick for him right now, putting a real stranglehold on this match. He's managing to shake off that recent poor form. A brutal trade-off of shots there, but he manages to survive and is now just 1 round from victory. Game over. Ignis shuts the door on this series with a decisive final trade. He's really stepped up and put on a clinic here to secure the win, totally in control since the start. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Mist and Havoc facing off today, with Havoc entering as the clear favorite. Havoc holds a massive 69% success rate in their head-to-head history. It makes sense seeing as he just walked away with a huge victory over Mist in their most recent meeting. I'm wondering if Mist can actually find a way to disrupt that trend. He's just too fast right now, securing his third straight frame with a perfect shot. A total shutdown for Mist as Havoc continues to tear through this opening stretch. The higher rated player is certainly proving the difference in skill here. Finally, Mist manages to get a round back. He hasn't been as sharp in his other games today. Havoc is simply dominating with a commanding 5-1 lead. Havoc has looked spectacular across the board today with a 27-8 record in the last 24 hours. It seems like he's finally hitting a wall now that Mist is starting to push back. We have to see if this is just a temporary lapse or a real shift in momentum. Mist is trailing 3-6, but is fighting back. He's certainly shaking off that tough 2-13 loss from their previous encounter. He secures another round from the box, really showing some grit as he claws back into this match. Havoc still holds a 3-round cushion at 7-4. The gap in the rankings is starting to show here. Havoc leads 7-5 going into the break. The favorite is definitely staying on top, though Mist is keeping things a bit closer than the rankings suggested. We'll see if he can keep the pressure up. Let's see if Mist can pivot. He's refusing to go away, putting on a strong display to keep this chase alive. This is a much tighter battle than anyone expected before the match. What a turn of events. He finds his mark from the box to tie this series up. Everything about this match is completely flipped from what we expected. Havoc barely edges ahead as we hit 8-7. That's a much needed response after the pressure he just faced. Havoc just handles him from the ground, shutting down that attempt to hold the high ground. A completely untouched victory for Mist, proving he's not folding under the pressure. Absolutely incredible. He's locked back in to bring this series to a dead heat. Another clean sweep from the box, and he's now officially taken the lead. This underdog is truly making a statement now. Havoc answers right back, picking him off the box to keep things even. The gap in their overall rankings is really starting to blur. He's found another gear just when he needed it most, snatching back the lead. A quick recovery for the 6th ranked player in our rating. Unbelievable. He's actually managed to bring this entire game back to a dead even split. Both players are now completely deadlocked as we enter the final stretch. A nail-biter of a trade, but he manages to come out on top to reach match point. The pressure is completely on Mist now. What a way to force the tie. He's completely erased that early deficit, and we are heading straight into overtime. The speed of these exchanges is just breathless. These two are trading rounds in the blink of an eye. A huge mental effort from the 29th seed to push this far. Another rapid fire hit for Mist, keeping this overtime battle locked in a stalemate. A flawless reaction there, and Mist keeps the momentum firmly in his favor. That was an absolute war of attrition, but Miz digs deep to push his lead to 15-13. The seed gap is basically non-existent at this point. Havoc creates some breathing room here, shutting the door on that attempt to close it out. What a finish. Mist secures the final kill to complete this incredible turnaround and take the match. He just completely flipped the script on everything he's ever faced against that opponent. I can't believe he actually pulled this off in overtime. Truly an incredible run. Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Havoc facing off on Italy to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Ignis enters this one after beating Havoc 22-20 in their most recent encounter. That's a surprising shift in momentum given that Havoc historically wins the vast majority of their matches. It'll be interesting to see if this recent result was a fluke or a sign of a changing dynamic. Ignis is pulling ahead slightly with a 2-1 lead. The top 6 player is finally starting to wake up. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on here, leveling the score with a couple of fast rounds. Ignis manages to reclaim a slim lead over Havoc. Ignis is definitely making the most of his recent confidence. Ignis extends the gap to 4-2. The top quartile talent of Havoc hasn't materialized yet. He's simply refusing to let up, claiming another round for himself. Another effortless round for him, extending this round to 4 straight. A tough spot for him, given that 26-9 run today. Havoc puts an end to that slide and gets things moving again. He really needs to lean on that massive career lead in this series. What a fight, he barely survives that chaotic trade to push his lead to 7-3. Absolute heart stopper. He walks away with a sliver of health. Havoc really has a mountain to climb after that 26-9 run today. He's fighting for his pride right now, given how well he's been playing across the board. It'll be a huge shock if he doesn't find a way to close this gap. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Havoc is definitely looking rattled right now. He's giving up a huge cushion to someone who is ranked nearly 20 spots below him in the standings. Ignis is just dominating, pushing the tally to 9-4. A surprising turn of events given their career head-to-head history. Ignis is simply relentless, now leading 10-4. He's really taking advantage of the mental edge here. He's just not giving Havoc any room to breathe, pushing his advantage even further. A clean response here to get back on the board. His game usually dominates this rivalry. These responses are coming in so fast, Havoc is really starting to cut into that lead. He's completely take over the pace now, making it 3 straight. Unbelievable. Ignis barely edges him out in a brutal exchange to hit match point. What an incredible response to keep the pressure high. Havoc answers back immediately with a crisp headshot to keep the dream alive. Another quick reaction from Havoc, keeping his hopes alive for now. This is a huge shift from that dominant 12-3 run he had today. Unreal! Ignis closes the door on this series with a final blow to secure the victory. He just couldn't close that gap, even with the skill edge he usually brings to the table. What a fight! Welcome to the show. Mist and Ignis are stepping onto red line to see who comes out on top today. Ignis is currently dominating the head-to-head history by winning about 61% of their encounters. We saw that trend repeat in their most recent meeting, where Ignis secured a convincing victory. Now the question is if Mist can shake off that history and find some footing. Unreal. That was a total scramble, but he scrapes through with practically nothing left. He's simply too fast right now, keeping the pressure on with a 4th straight victory. His recent form looks a bit shaky, but he's not showing it here. He's just in a different league right now, picking up another effortless win. He just can't find an opening as Ignis picks him right off the boxes to extend his lead to 6-0. He's certainly living up to his favorite status today. A clean cut from the ramp, extending the total shutdown to 7 straight. His recent form has been tough, though the last 10 matches prove it. Absolute perfection, taking the duel on the ramp to keep this crushing run alive. The gap in their current rankings is staring us right in the face. He is just completely outclassing his opponent, nearly hitting a double-digit streak. The pressure is really mounting for the lower ranked player now. Finally, he secures a clean response from the ramp to halt the onslaught. Coming into this, he's had a tough stretch with an 11-23 run today. Ignis is comfortably in control right now. With a 10-1 lead, it's a clear reflection of the gap in their recent form and general confidence. He's playing with a lot of poise in these duels. Ignis goes into the break with a 10-2 lead. Well, everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. The favorite has been in total control and is just a few rounds away from closing this out. Mist really seems to be figuring things out, just taking down Ignis from the ramp to put together 2 in a row. That quick exchange just shuts the door on Mist's attempt to build any real momentum. Ignis puts an end to that brief surge and is now just 1 round away from victory. He is certainly making this look easy. Mist manages to scramble out of that exchange with the kill, refusing to let this match slip away. He keeps this unexpectedly hot streak going, delaying the inevitable for now. It just can't be stopped, shutting down Ignis from the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He's definitely shaking off those earlier struggles. What a chaotic fight! Ignis manages to survive with a tiny sliver of health to seal the series. He really just stared him down the entire set, proving why he's been so dominant in this rivalry. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Havoc is essentially the king of this matchup, having won nearly 70% of their lifetime encounters, but we have to look at a very different story from their most recent meeting. That result definitely gave Mist some confidence coming into today. Havoc's firmly in control now, leading things 2-1. The top-rated guy in this pair is definitely making his mark. Things have completely leveled out. We've got a dead heat heading into the next set of rounds. It's surprising to see such a narrow gap right now. Mist has finally clawed ahead with a 3-2 lead. It's quite the shift for someone with that much experience. Havoc manages to shut that down from the ramp, keeping the series completely open. He's certainly leaning on that top quartile rating to keep things tight. Mist takes the lead again, putting him up 4-3. He's really putting that recent victory over Havoc to good use. Mist is putting on a clinic right now, just picking Havoc right off the ramp. The momentum has completely flipped since their last series. Mist keeps his slim advantage, holding a 5-4 lead. He's certainly got the better record throughout the day so far. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Mist manages to scrape through with a handful of health left. He's really shaking off that earlier defeat to Ignis. Mist is pushing for a 7th, extending his lead. His current form is looking dangerous after a strong day so far. Mist holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. You know, the higher rated player is struggling to find his footing here. It's a surprising start for Havoc, given how he usually owns this specific matchup. Time for a reset. Havoc answers back, leaving Mist just a single point ahead. He is certainly finding his way back after that tough start. Mist is just far too quick today, punishing Havoc for holding that ramp position. He's fighting through a tough day with that 11-24 record. Mist pulls ahead again, keeping a slim 1-round lead. He's certainly playing a lot more like the favorite now. Just like that, Havoc forces an 8-8 deadlock. Havoc is putting together a really strong day with that 26-9 record. Mist is refusing to let the momentum slide back, keeping himself in the driver's seat for now. The underdog is really making a case for himself today. Havoc just reads him perfectly, picking Mist right off the ramp to keep things completely even. Looking for any way to flip the script from that 16-14 loss. Mist barely hangs on to a 1-round cushion. He's definitely proving a challenge for a top 10 rated player. Mist is just outclassing him right now, and he looked completely comfortable holding that ramp. Things are looking very different from their historical matchups. The gap has closed entirely. We're looking at a total toss-up heading into the final stretch. An effortless finish there, and Mist is now just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Mist closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He just won't go away. That's another massive statement victory against the higher seeded player to wrap this one up. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream. We've got Ignis taking on Havoc on fast aim, with Havoc entering this match as the favorite. What a scramble! Havoc claws out the win after nearly getting wiped off the ramp. Havoc really controls the pace right now, securing that high ground on the ramp for another quick win. Ignis makes a strong move, coming down from the ramp to level things up a bit. He's certainly trying to repeat that recent victory from Italy. Ignis is suddenly looking very comfortable here, completely erasing Havoc's early lead in this set. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure now. Havoc is reclaiming his territory, winning another fierce battle right there on the ramp. The top 9 talent is starting to shine through. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece. Things are heating up. A total contrast to his recent 26-9 run today. Havoc gets that quick response to clear him off the ramp, keeping his momentum going. The historical dominance in their head-to-head clashes is showing. Ignis is really making a name for himself today, successfully defending that window to stay tied. Havoc really reacted quickly there, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold the ramp. Havoc has a dominant head-to-head lead with over 900 wins against Ignis. We're seeing that historical edge translate into a really steady performance today. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can push this into overtime. We head into the break with Havoc leading 8-4, and he's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Honestly, those 4 straight round wins really solidified his grip on the lead. Time for a fresh start. Havoc just couldn't let Ignis keep that ground. He tore right through him on the ramp. Havoc is really asserting himself after those recent losses. Ignis manages to secure the lead from the toolbox, shaking off that previous loss to stay in this. Havoc is really making things difficult for Ignis right now, who just got picked off while holding that toolbox. Ignis is trading blows with him now, successfully pushing him back from the ramp to cut into that lead. Havoc secures another one from the window, and he's really putting on the pressure now.
The rank 9 player is really locking things down now.
Ignis is refusing to go quietly here, keeping this match much closer than anyone expected. A solid showing for the 24th seed so far. Ignis is moving in the right direction here, finally getting the upper hand and forcing Havoc off the ramp. That was a swift shutdown, putting the pressure firmly on the trailing side. The gap in experience is really starting to show. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door from the toolbox to secure the victory. He's officially back in the winner's circle after those tough losses he's been dealing with today. Pure class from the top 10 seed. Welcome everyone! We've got Mist and Ignis facing off on orange, with the favorite Ignis looking to stay on top. Ignis has been overwhelmingly dominant in the history of this matchup, controlling over 60% of their previous meetings. Well, you can see that familiarity is paying off early. The question is if Mist can actually find a way to break that pattern. A total shutdown by the leader, who continues to look untouchable here. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a 4 straight. It's a stark contrast to that strong result against Havoc earlier. Just as fast as the last one, and the lead grows to 5. He's really putting that rank advantage to use. Finally, Mist manages to hold his own and secure a round. A needed response for someone currently sitting at 11-23 today. Mist has pulled off some great wins lately, including that 13-10 victory over Havoc, and honestly, that confidence is showing in the way he's pushing back right now. He's proving that the gap between them is practically non-existent in the current form. Let's see if this momentum holds. Absolutely incredible. He has completely flipped the script and secured his 4th straight. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. The momentum swings back as he shuts that down immediately. He stepped back into the server with absolute precision there. What a scramble. He barely walked away from that chaotic exchange, keeping the deficit to just 1. A huge relief for the underdog to keep this game tight. It's 7-5 in favor of Ignis going into the break. Well, the higher seed is doing exactly what he needs to. He's staying in control, but Mist has proven he can keep the score close. Time to see if Mist can claw back. Ignis keeps his distance, extending that lead to 8-5. A quick return to form for the higher seeded competitor. Ignis is really flexing his muscles, moving to 9-5. The higher rated player is really starting to pull away here. Mist is refusing to just fade away, keeping the pressure on as this game stays competitive. Ignis is really feeling the heat after his loss to Havoc earlier. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. That was a nail-biter, barely survived by a thread. That was a lightning-fast duel, barely a second before the hammer dropped on Mist. Ignis takes complete control of this sequence to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Absolute perfection to close it out. He shuts the door on this series with a final burst of speed. He just didn't give Mist any room to breathe after that second half rally. A really clinical way to wrap it up. Welcome everyone to Italy. Today we have Mist, taking on the heavily favored Havoc in a high-stakes duel. Havoc gets the early lead, putting a lot of pressure on Mist right from the start. The top-seeded player is asserting himself immediately. Havoc has historically dominated this rivalry with a 69% win rate. But Mist actually took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that previous victory gives him the confidence to push back now. Havoc is just cruising right now, leading 3-1. These matches are ending incredibly fast. Havoc is simply too quick on the draw right now. What a reaction! He just completely erased his opponent with a perfect shot. That's a huge mental reset for the underdog. He's refusing to back down and is now cutting deep into the lead. It's getting uncomfortable for the top seed right now. A complete turnaround. We are all square now as the momentum has shifted entirely. Unbelievable! That's 4 straight for Mist, and he's now firmly in control. The heavy favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Havoc answers back immediately to bring us back to a deadlock. Mist clears the wine to reclaim the lead, showing impressive grit in this half. He's really digging in as we approach the half. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is completely defying the rankings right now. The underdog is playing with total confidence and is putting himself in a position to pull off a huge result. Let's see if Havoc can respond. He's staying sharp, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. He is really making the favorite work for every single round. The fight was over in a blink and he continues to narrow the gap. He's showing incredible tenacity, shutting that one down in a fraction of a second. What a scramble! He barely hangs on through that chaos to take another one. The gap in the rankings is really starting to look irrelevant. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that run to 3 straight. Another instant shutdown gives him a huge opportunity to wrap this up right now. Unbelievable. He closes out the game in style to secure the victory. He's truly flipped the script on the head-to-head today, proving that the rank difference means absolutely nothing on Italy. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Ignis and Havoc are ready for battle, though the favorite here is definitely Havoc. Havoc has an overwhelmingly strong history here, taking 59% of their past matchups. It's a bit surprising to see him starting this slowly, since he usually manages the gap quite comfortably. I wonder if the pressure is finally starting to get to him. Ignis is really putting the pressure on, quickly taking Havoc off the box to move into a lead. Ignis is just too fast right now, utilizing that high ground to put a serious dent in Havoc's start. He's simply untouchable right now, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. A gritty battle here, but Havoc digs deep to claw back a point. He's definitely shaking off the rust now. Ignis is currently sitting at a 14-20 record over the last day. He's clearly fighting an uphill battle against the odds, but he's finding a way to punish the mistakes. If he can maintain this lead, it would be a serious statement match for him. He's putting up a strong fight, securing a second straight to keep this series close. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. Unbelievable. That was an absolute slugfest, but Ignis manages to scrap his way out alive. He's certainly making his presence felt against a higher rated opponent. Ignis is comfortably in control with a 3-round cushion. The top seed is really struggling to find any answers here. We head into the break at 8-4 in favor of Ignis. Well, this is a total shock, considering how often Havoc wins this specific matchup. He's looking completely lost against the lower ranked player right now. What a fight. He barely scrapes by with the win after both players poured everything into that trade. He's looking much more like the top 10 talent we expect. Ignis still holds a commanding lead at 9-5. It's tough to believe he's fallen this far behind his 27-9 day. Wow, that was an absolute war of attrition where Havoc barely managed to walk away alive. Another quick burst, and he's firmly digging his heels in to close this gap. He's starting to look like that top-tier threat we expected. He's completely shut down his opponent, extending the run to 3 rounds straight. His current form is mirroring that top-end precision he's known for. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos as we head back into a dead heat. He's just in a different gear now, securing 5 straight to take the lead. This is exactly why he holds the higher seed in the league. He's simply in a class of his own right now, picking up a 6th straight to practically lock this away. The gap in their current ladder standings is showing. Ignis answers back with a strong exchange, halting that massive run. He's clearly remembering that recent 13-6 victory against Mist. Havoc is practically untouchable, shutting down Ignis on the box to put himself just 1 round away from victory. And that's it. An incredible recovery to secure the win and close out the series. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, but the sheer resilience shown in those low HP moments made the difference. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Ignis are facing off on Mappas, with Ignis heading into this one as the favorite. Ignis has won about 62% of their encounters over time, and honestly, the historical gap usually tells the whole story in this rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can keep this early pressure up and actually push for an upset here. Mist is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. Coming off a solid result in their previous encounter. Mist is really making this look easy right now, just punishing those high positions. Looking back, Ignis definitely dominated the last 5 meetings. Mist holds a slim lead as we hit round 6. It makes sense given he's the higher rated player of the two. Mist is putting Ignis in a massive hole at 4-2. He's really putting that recent victory over Havoc to good use. Mist is just too sharp right now, quickly picking him off the ramp to extend that lead. Just a complete reversal from their last meeting on Orange. A strong response from Ignis to keep his hopes alive. He still has plenty of room to make this a close series. Mist has an overall win rate of 48% across his career, and honestly, it looks like his recent momentum is weighing more than that historical average today. He's playing with a lot of confidence, making Ignis look very uncomfortable with his current pace. Unbelievable, he barely escapes with his life, clawing back on the ramp to barely survive that trade. He's really digging in and refusing to let his lead slip away. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is completely contrary to the history here. Ignis usually controls his pairing, but he's struggling to find an answer for Mist's aggression today. Let's see if the momentum holds. Mist keeps the pace, extending his grip to 8-5. It's a real struggle for the higher rated man right now. What a scramble! He almost didn't make it through that exchange, but barely edges out the win. A huge contrast to that blowout we saw on Orange. He just can't be stopped, taking another round from the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. He simply refuses to let up, picking him right off the ramp for another victory. Ignis finally manages to break through and secure a round for himself. He wins the duel to move a single step closer to victory. This is a complete 180 from what we expected going into today. What a finish! He puts an end to it right here, shutting the door on Ignis. A huge statement from him today, finally shaking off that long-term slump against his rival. Welcome to Redline. We have Mist and Havoc facing off today, and the favorite looks ready for a big win. Mist gets the first one on the board by securing that high ground on the ramp. A bit of a shaky start for the higher rated player. Havoc is looking sharp right now, quickly shutting down that ramp angle to even things up. Expect a huge fight given the long history between these two. Havoc leads their head-to-head rivalry by over 200 wins, and honestly, it's surprising to see that historical dominance vanish early in this series. He's definitely the stronger player on the ladder, but he's not finding any answers for Mist's approach today. Havoc manages to hold that ramp position and claw back around, keeping this extremely tight. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece. Total chaos now. His 27-8 record over the last day shows he is in top form. Unreal. He barely survives a chaotic brawl on the ramp to push his lead to 4-3. The gap in their ladder standing is starting to show. A fast exchange there, and now we're completely even going into the next one. Havoc takes the edge with a narrow 5-4 lead. Neither of them have really struggled on this map in the past. What a fight! He barely escapes with his life after dragging his opponent off the ramp to even the score. Mist is certainly ignoring the odds after that response. Mist just edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. Hard to believe we're seeing the 9th ranked player on the back foot. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, the top 10 seed is looking way too vulnerable right now. Mist is stubbornly refusing to play the underdog role, putting Havoc under immense pressure as we switch sides. Let's see who blinks first. Mist is simply too quick right now, completely shutting down their ramp push to keep the momentum rolling. He's really struggling to find his footing today. Pure deadlock now with both players sitting at 7. A complete flip from that Italy a while back. Mist breaks the tie and claims a narrow advantage. Another tight fight that almost went the other way. Mist is on a real run now with a 60% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's capitalizing on his recent surge to stifle Havoc. He just needs to keep this narrow buffer to make the upset a reality. Good grief! That was a nail-biter. He just barely clutched that fight with only 14 health left. Just an unbelievable reversal of form, considering their long-term history. Havoc takes full control from the box to keep the score at 11-8. The higher-rated competitor is finally starting to push back. He shuts this down instantly, refusing to let Mist close out the match easily. What a scramble! He barely edges out that exchange to reach match point. A precise burst there, just enough to secure the lead. He's clearly shaking off the nerves now. Absolutely breathless. Havoc shows incredible grit to claw back around in an absolute slugfest. Absolute chaos in the air as both players are barely hanging on. What a heart-stopping fight. Havoc manages to survive a brutal exchange to deny Mist the final point. Both of these guys are playing with their hearts in their mouths. Game over. He puts it all away with a crisp finish to seal the victory. He just completely dismantled the script today, outclassing a veteran who usually owns this matchup. What an unbelievable way to snap that streak. He earned that one. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Havoc are ready to go though. Havoc enters this one as the clear favorite. Havoc has owned this rivalry, winning about 59% of their total meetings. It's clear that matchup Historical Age is playing a huge role in his confidence right now. The big question is if Ignis can actually find a way to break that pattern today. He's on fire. That's 3 in a row for the favorite. He's really capitalizing on that rating advantage early on. Finally, some resistance. He puts a stop to that slide and gets back on the board. A quick win to keep this duel from getting out of hand. Havoc is really putting the pressure on, quickly dealing with Ignis from the Tetris. Ignis is showing some real grit, cleaning him right off the Tetris. He's fighting to stay in the conversation after a rough start. Havoc is playing it safe from that high ground, keeping himself out of reach while padding his lead. His strong 26-9 record today is really showing. Another clean exchange for the underdog, refusing to let Havoc pull further ahead. He's showing he can definitely hold his own tonight. Ignis is currently fighting an uphill battle after dropping his last 2 matches. He's really struggling to find some stability in this series. He'll need to put together a strong run right now if he wants to stay competitive. Havoc secures another victory from the Tetris, keeping a firm grip on this lead. Havoc goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's keeping a steady pace and looks every bit as strong as the rank suggests. Ignis will need a significant shift in energy to close this gap. Time for a reset. Ignis is starting to put up a real fight now, proving he can win these exchanges from the air. His overall rank is lower, but that doesn't mean he's outmatched. Ignis just clears him right off the Tetris, extending this push. Their momentum has completely shifted since he dropped those early rounds. Unreal, he barely escapes with a sliver of health to keep this rally going. Absolutely incredible. He's fully erased that deficit and has the series deadlocked at 8-all. The pressure is really mounting for the guy who started this duel so strong. Havoc answers right back to regain the lead. He's certainly making use of that rating advantage. Havoc edges ahead again, now holding a 2-round cushion. This matches the outcome of their very last meeting. Another flawless take from the Tetris as he completely shuts down the rally. That top quartile experience is really starting to show. A quick reaction there, Ignis refuses to fade away and keeps this climb alive. He's definitely showing more life than he did in the first half. A quick reflex shot puts him 1 single round away from victory. The veteran composure is on full display right now. What a finale! He shuts everything down to secure the victory. He just couldn't close the deal after that massive rally in the second half. Ignis really threw everything at him. What a fight. Welcome to the show. Mist and Ignis are facing off on Orange to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Ignis has historically owned this matchup with a 61% win rate. Well, he's currently looking for a way to rebuild that dominance after a rough batch of results today. It will be interesting to see if that confidence holds. Ignis holds a slim lead as we head back. It's a very tight gap between these two on the ladder. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on here, picking up 2 in a row to tie things up. Ignis barely manages to keep his nose ahead. He's showing some resilience after that tough result on Mappas. We're completely deadlocked at 3 apiece. Mist is certainly riding a wave of momentum after his recent run of wins. That was an absolute blink, and you missed it exchange. Ignis is reacting incredibly fast right now. Mist has been struggling today with a 13-22 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear the pressure is mounting as he tries to maintain the pace in this series. He needs to find a way to break this streak before Ignis pulls too far ahead. Ignis extends his lead to 6-4 right now. He's definitely acting like the favorite in this meeting. We are seeing a real back and forth here, with neither player able to string together a decisive run. It's 7-5 for Ignis. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would going into this one. He's holding that narrow advantage as we swap sides. Let's see who settles in first. Ignis is comfortably pulling away with an 8-5 lead. A really sharp show of precision from both competitors here. Ignis is really cruising now, leading 9-5. A massive contrast to that result we saw on Mappas. Mist is fighting back and refusing to let the game get out of hand. A real battle between two mid-table competitors here. Ignis is starting to look unstoppable at 10-6. He looks completely locked in after that disappointing loss on Mappas. Ignis has all the momentum right now, and he is putting Mist in a very precarious position. His rank is right there with the other guy, almost identical. Mist is putting up a real fight here, showing that he can definitely trade blows with the favorite. That was just a total shutdown, and now Ignis is standing on the edge of victory. He's really making a case for that favorite status today. A clutch response from Mist, who secures the win from the ramp to stay alive. He has a lot of ground to make up after that dominant start by his opponent. And there it is. Ignis closes it out to secure the victory. He's definitely found his form again after that rough stretch this morning. A really solid performance to get back in the win column. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Mist and Havoc stepping up for this clash, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Mist gets the better of Havoc here, picking him off the wine box to start things off. The underdog is drawing first blood here. Mist is just too fast right now, catching Havoc as he tried to hold that ramp. He really needs to find some answers after that red line defeat. He's just on fire, shutting down the box for another huge round. His 26-9 run today hasn't translated yet. He manages to trade his way back into the game with a very clean exchange. A little bit of stability for the top-ranked player here. He's not going away, putting up a strong fight to keep this series close. The top seed is finally starting to put his weight around. Mist is proving his worth here, claiming that ramp and building a decent lead. He's really shaking off that tough loss to Ignis. Unbelievable, that was an absolute war, and he barely crawls away with his life. H2H dominance usually swings this way for Havoc. A huge display of grit from Havoc, outdueling his opponent while both were high on the ramp. A tough look for someone who typically controls the pace of these series. The head-to-head history is skewed heavily in favor of Havoc with over 400 career wins. So it's surprising to see the tables turned like this. It looks like Mist has completely forgotten about that historical disadvantage. Now we just have to see if he can keep this pressure up. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. The top 10 talent is showing just a bit more consistency. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is absolutely defying the odds right now. Havoc usually owns this matchup, but Mist is playing like he's the top seed today. Time for a quick reset. Havoc manages to pull him off that ramp, showing some real grit in this comeback. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite. Mist reacts quickly to pick him off the window, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's putting a real dent in that historical H2H deficit. Mist just can't be stopped from that ramp. He's really putting the pressure on now. He's taking full advantage of this momentum swing. He denies the return attempt and clears Havoc right off the ramp, bringing the count to 10-6. Goodness, that was a miracle. He barely walked away from that fight on the ramp with his life. The sheer luck on that trade was incredible. What an insane finish. He barely clutched out that fight, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. That was a total shutdown, putting Mist just a single round away from victory. It's a complete reversal of what we expected coming into this. What a way to close it out. Mist secures the final kill to take the series. He's really making a statement today, just completely dismantling the favorite in a set where he looked untouchable. Welcome back to the league. We have Ignis and Havoc facing off on Dunes today, with the favorite looking strong. Havoc has historically dominated this matchup, winning nearly 60% of their meetings. It makes sense when you look at the difference in their ratings. Now, we just have to see if Ignis can close that gap today. A brutal exchange there, but he outlasts the fight to extend his lead. Coming in with a positive record over the last day. What a fight! Ignis refuses to go away, barely surviving that exchange to claw one back. A really clean finish from the box to get things moving. He's completely untouchable right now, shutting the door on that early lead. Absolutely incredible. He's wiped away that early deficit to level the series at 3-3. Whoa, he manages to pull off the win and knock Ignis off the box while barely hanging on. Havoc has a very strong run of form right now, putting up a 26-10 record over the last day. He's really using that momentum to secure a solid cushion here. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that flow. Havoc's holding a steady 2-round lead at 6-4. His higher rank on the ladder is providing a real advantage here. Havoc is simply too quick for him right now, taking control of the high ground once again. A familiar outcome for these two, given the overall head-to-head lead. We're heading into the break with Havoc up 8-4, and honestly he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Ignis managed a few rounds, but he's just not able to keep pace with the top-tier skill on display today. Time for the reset. Ignis is still fighting, trailing by 3 at 5-8. A welcome shift in energy after a tough loss in their previous meeting. Havoc is just crushing it, moving ahead to 9-5. His consistency is really starting to show through here. Ignis is keeping the pressure high and refusing to let this slip away. He's definitely shaken off the loss he took to Mist earlier. Havoc is just relentlessly pulling away at 10-6. Ignis manages to pick him off from that high ground, keeping himself right in the fight. He's found a second win, shutting things down instantly to keep the rally going. The momentum has completely swung his way. He's simply not letting up, securing another win to bring the deficit down to a single round. Unbelievable. We have a complete deadlock at 10-10 as the comeback reaches its peak. Absolute chaos for the frontrunner in this series. He's simply too fast. Another flawless exchange puts him in the driver's seat. He's just totally dialed in as he claims the lead. Havoc answers back quickly to bring this series level at 11-11. It's almost a mirror of their last head-to-head meeting. He puts the pressure back on with a strong play from the box to reach match point. A super clean sequence by the favorite to shut this down. What a slugfest. Ignis survives that war of attrition to force overtime. An absolute nail-biter as we move into the extra frames. What a fight! Ignis secures this one from the box and a lead in overtime. A completely different result from what we anticipated before this match. He is simply on fire right now, taking the round without taking any damage. Complete reversal of what we saw in their previous matchups. Both players are shredded in a wild brawl, but he manages to survive the carnage. The top quartile talent is really starting to show through. tide is turning again. Havoc is starting to put the pressure back on as soon as they get a lead. He's firmly back in control of the pace here. He just can't be stopped, continuing this incredible surge to put himself in the lead. He's really putting on a show for the crowd today. Havoc manages to outlast him in the duel, bringing the score back to a dead heat at 15-15. Ignis has clawed back the advantage at 16-15. A complete standstill at 16-all for both players. Havoc barely edges ahead, now sitting at 17. The higher rated man is just showing his class right now. And we're back to a total stalemate at 17-17. The underdog is refusing to fold in this marathon series. Havoc just snatched the lead, edging ahead 18-17. Havoc pushes the advantage, now leading 19-17. He just barely keeps his composure at the end there to shut the door. Ignis fought so hard to stay in this one. What a match. Ignis has held a clear advantage in their head-to-head history, winning about 61% of their encounters. But after that recent clash on Orange, Mist seems to be narrowing the gap. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this early lead. Mist is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A tight battle between these two on the ladder. Mist is starting to put some serious pressure on the favorite here. A very close matchup when you look at the ratings. Ignis needs a response now, trailing 3-2. Trailing 3-2. That was an incredibly quick trade to get back in this. Pure chaos now. Ignis just leveled it at 3-all. Both these guys have had a tough run with the same daily record. Mist is really starting to seize the momentum here, putting himself in a great spot for the half. Mist has been on a bit of a tear today with a solid showing against Havoc. It's a complete flip from the way he struggled in his previous encounter with Ignis. If he keeps this up, we might see a real shift in their long-term dynamic. He's just too fast right now, continuing a fierce round toward double digits. Another rapid fire stop for him, extending a 5-round tier. Mist takes the lead 8-4. I mean, he is absolutely defying the odds right now. We expected the heavy lifting from Ignis, but Mist is the one playing a different game so far. Ignis has a lot of ground to make up. Mist is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 9-4. The underdog has really stepped up his game today. Ignis is struggling to find answers, trailing 9-5. He's just trying to claw back to his usual dominance. Mist is making this look easy, consistently winning these exchanges with lightning speed. A huge 4-round cushion for Mist at 10-6. Ignis finds his footing, bringing the gap to 10-7. He is simply refusing to back down, taking the 3rd straight round without losing a single point of health. A wild slugfest there, but Mist comes out on top to hold an 11-8 lead. He looks completely untouchable right now, moving back into the lead as he closes in on the finish. What a way to close it out! Mist secures the victory and walks away with the map. He's finally starting to close that gap in their long-term rivalry after some incredibly sharp plays today. Unreal. Mist nearly goes down, but manages to claw out a victory in a frantic exchange. Mist is really putting on the pressure early, catching Havoc completely off guard on the Tetris. A rough start for the higher rated man today. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange, clutching the round by a thread. The higher rated man is finally showing up. We're all square now with both players tied up. He's historically owned this matchup over the long haul. Mist grabs a crucial lead as we head into round 6. He's really finding some confidence after that previous 13-7 victory. Havoc has won about 69% of their previous matches against each other, and honestly, that's why this current scoreline is so surprising. He usually holds a significant advantage in this rivalry, but he's just not playing as sharp as Mist right now. Deadlock again as Havoc pulls this right back to 4-4. The momentum shifts toward the one who's had the better day overall. He completely takes over from the Tetris, securing a 3-round streak. He's completely taken over now, securing his 4th straight round with a total shutdown. Mist manages to fight back, keeping things close as the first half winds down. A perfect way to close out the half. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Mist is absolutely defying the odds here. It's rare to see the lower ranked player hold their ground this effectively against someone with Havoc's experience. Let's see who blinks first now. Havoc edges ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. The experience edge is starting to show for the favorite. And just like that, Mist levels the field at 7 all. A huge confidence boost for the rank 23 player. Havoc puts on a clinic from that Tetris spot to put himself back in the lead. He's definitely capitalizing on that 26-9 run he's been on today. Absolute chaos in that encounter. Both players were shredded, but he manages to barely scrape through to move to 9-7. That was effortlessly clean. He's just far too sharp right now. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to feel quite wide. He's just totally in control now, putting together a 4-round run. It's getting tougher for him to keep pace with the top quartile. Absolute purity from that shot. He's just one more away from ending this. The higher ranked side is really locking things down. What an intense finish! He barely survives that bloodbath to close out the series. He really clawed back from that early deficit to prove why he's the top seed today. Havoc has typically won about 59% of their encounters, and that historical edge seems to be translating into a lot of confidence right now. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can shake that trend early. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Ignis is fighting for every inch after a rough start to his day. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a single point of health to even the score. He's definitely erasing the memory of that narrow loss from earlier today. A total shutdown as he takes full control of the map. He's managing to outplay a top 10 opponent right now. A crisp shot to bring the series back to a deadlock. The 10th ranked guy is starting to exert his authority. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to push the lead to 4-3. He's riding a huge wave of momentum with a 26-9 run today. He catches his opponent from the ramp to keep the streak rolling. The odds definitely favored this outcome heading into the match. Ignis shuts that down quickly, catching his opponent right off the ramp. The gap between them on the ladder doesn't seem to matter right now. We're all square at 5 apiece as they reset. He's really fighting against that recent loss on Dunes. Havoc claws back the lead and now sits at 6. The top 10 talent is definitely starting to show. It's 7-5 in favor of Havoc going into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the number suggested. He's just slightly better in the exchanges, which is all you can expect here. Let's see who takes the first opener. Ignis has really struggled today with a 13-22 record overall. It's making this mountain feel almost impossible to climb given the current scoreline. He's going to need a serious shift in gear to stop the bleeding here. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taking over this series right now. The momentum has shifted entirely back to him as he secures another victory. He's just putting on a clinic now, moving one step closer to the finish line. This is looking like a repeat of his most recent victories. What a finish! He closes it out with a commanding string of rounds to take the victory. Just another tough outing for the guy in the bottom half of the bracket today. He's really struggling to find an answer for the top 10 play. Ignis has had the upper hand in this rivalry across over 900 games. He's historically held a strong advantage over Mist, which could be exactly what he needs to snap out of a tough run of losses today. Ignis is cruising now, leading 2-1. He's bounced back quickly from those recent losses today. Ignis is taking control of the early game, quickly building a lead with these back-to-back wins. Ignis just snatched another round, putting him up 3-2. A very tight matchup between these two on the ladder. Mist has fought back to even things up at 3-all. It's a surprising turnaround for the player currently sitting at rank 24. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures his third straight round. The underdog is really finding his footing today. Ignis responds immediately to bring us back to a dead heat. They're incredibly evenly matched when you look at their current forms. Ignis edges ahead again, clutching a slim 5-4 lead. He really is cleaning up against that 46% map win rate. He's simply too fast right now, claiming a third straight round without taking a scratch. Mist secures his advantage from the ramp, keeping things close heading into the final round of the half. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, Mist is defying the odds by keeping this a dead heat. He's playing some great CS to stay right there with the heavier favorite going into the break. A clean slate for both players. Unreal! He almost lets it slip away, barely surviving that absolute war of attrition to take the 7th round. Talk about a nail-biter, barely surviving that duel. Ignis levels the field, making it 7-all. Both players have struggled against Havoc today, but they're fighting for every single point here. Ignis regains the lead, moving ahead 8-7. He's definitely trying to erase that previous 13-8 loss from his memory. Absolute chaos in this trade, but Mist manages to scrap through with a sliver of health to even the score. Ignis puts the pressure back on, leading 9-8. A very consistent effort coming from a player who has struggled this week. Ignis is putting on a show with 10 rounds already in the bag. I mean, it's a complete reversal from that 13-8 beatdown he suffered against Mist earlier today. He's definitely making up for that lost ground right now. What a scramble! He barely keeps his head above water in a frantic exchange to maintain his lead. He's just completely overmatched now, taking another one from the boxes to move within a single round of victory. A frantic exchange there, but he manages to dig deep and stop the momentum shift. What a read! He shuts everything down with a perfect spray to stay in the game. The gap is closing rapidly for the underdog. And there it is. Ignis closes out the match with a flawless final exchange to secure the series. Mist really pushed him to the limit there, but the consistency in those final exchanges made all the difference. He had to fight for that one. Hard-fought win. Havoc holds a huge advantage in their career history with a 69% win rate over Mist. It makes sense given how consistently he has outplayed him in the past. We are seeing that same dynamic play out early here. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Mist barely edges it out in a frantic shootout. He's trying to shake off the memory of that rough 7-13 loss. We're all squared up now as Mist hits parity. Havoc manages to reclaim the lead at 3-2. The higher rated player has really asserted himself early on. Mist really utilized that high ground on the ramp to shut the door on Havoc's momentum. Havoc pushes ahead again, holding a slim 1-round lead. He's absolutely on fire after that 13-5 result against Ignis. Neither man is budging. We're locked in at 4 apiece. The gap in their ratings isn't playing a factor right now. Mist just couldn't find an answer for that ramp duel, and now he's staring down another deficit. A dead heat. Mist and Havoc are tied up. It's a tough day for Mist, especially with that 14-22 record so far. Unreal. That was a brutal exchange, and Havoc barely clings to life to take the round. We go into the break tied at 6-6. I mean, Mist is playing way above his head right now. He's completely erased the rating gap to stay even with the favorite. A clean slate for both. Havoc pulls ahead once more, leading 7-6. Looking at those recent games, he's really cruising through his day. Mist is playing some incredibly disciplined counter-aggression, just shutting down Havoc as he tried to push the ramp. Mist keeps the heat coming, putting another round in the books while clearing Havoc out of that ramp spot. Looking at the overall leaderboard, the number 9 seed is sliding. Absolute deadlock as Mist forces another draw at 8-8. Mist is starting to pull away, taking control of the map in that ramp clash. The top quartile skill set is finally being challenged here. A total stalemate at 9 apiece for these two. He's had a stellar day so far, putting up a 26-9 record. Mist takes the lead for the first time at 10. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. They're trading rounds back and forth, and honestly, neither one seems to have a definitive answer for the other. Both of them are refusing to give an inch here. Havoc is picking up a lot of speed now, putting Mist on the defensive after that ramp battle. The momentum shift mirrors that 13-7 loss we saw just before this. Another rapid reaction from Havoc, putting him just a single round away from victory. His mental game is completely locked in right now. What a scrap. Mist claws back into this, refusing to let the match end right now. That was a much needed breather for the underdog. Game over. Havoc puts it away with a lightning fast shot to seal the series. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close out that final gap. He's going to be gutted after that effort. Hard-fought win. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but Havoc manages to edge out the win. Havoc has historically won about 59% of their meetings, and he's looking extremely comfortable right now, especially with those previous wins today. It'll be tough for Ignis to shake off that psychological weight of their rivalry. That was a snap reaction. Ignis secures a fast kill to keep the score moving in his favor. Havoc is dominating, putting a massive 4-1 lead on display. He's not going away, putting on a strong showing to close the gap. The underdog is proving he can compete in this set. Havoc still holds a firm 3-round cushion. The top 10 talent is really showing through today. Havoc has been in sensational form with a 26-9 record over the last day. Well, that momentum is clearly carrying over into this series. He looks completely in control of the tempo and is making Ignis work for every single point. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight victory. Just like we saw in their most recent clash on Orange. Ignis reacts faster there to put a stop to that run just before the switch. We've got a 9-3 lead for Havoc heading into the break. I mean, the top seed is simply outclassing his opponent. This reflects the gap in their skill ratings perfectly. Ignis needs a big wake-up call. Havoc is comfortably cruising at 9-4 right now. Still a steep mountain to climb for the 26th seed. Havoc is just ruthless, extending his lead to 10-4. He's showing why he sits in the top quartile of the ladder. Ignis is really stepping up his game, knocking Havoc right off the box to keep this match alive. A clean response there to keep the pressure on. The pace is just electric right now. Havoc is forcing these rounds to end almost instantly. Ignis is really fighting for every single round now. He's refusing to let this slide. Unbelievable. He claws back from the edge to survive that exchange with a sliver of health. He's certainly shaking off that previous defeat from Orange. A frantic trade of fire, but the favorite edges out the exchange to put himself on match point. It's been a tough outing for the lower seed today. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Ignis emerges from the wreckage to stay in the game. A gutsy play to keep the dream alive. That's 2 in a row for the underdog, continuing a very strong push to keep the game alive. A total shutout in that exchange, and now the pressure is firmly back on the favorite. He's simply too strong right now, grabbing that 4th straight win from the box. This is getting very uncomfortable for the favorite. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. Ignis really pushed him to the limit this time, putting up a far better fight than that last meeting on Orange. He had to earn this victory. What a series! A strong start for Ignis, utilizing that height advantage on the ramp to claim the first round. Unbelievable, he barely clings to life to even the score. Looking to shake off those last 3 losses. That was far too close. He barely scraped through that battle from the Tetris. He's definitely playing like the favorite in this series. Ignis has an incredibly strong historical grip on this matchup, winning 61% of their lifetime meetings. That psychological edge is really starting to show as he puts the pressure on early. We need to see if Mist can find any answer before he falls too far behind. Simply untouchable right now as he extends this streak to 4. The momentum has completely shifted. That's 5 straight for Ignis. This follows a similar pattern to their last meeting on Mapas. A complete shutdown as he extends the gap to 6 rounds. Both of these players have had a pretty rough run today. Mist finally finds his mark, getting a quick, clean kill to break that streak. Both players have struggled today, with Mist sitting at a 14-22 record over the last day. Seeing him stack 2 rounds here proves that his initial struggle hasn't completely derailed his confidence. He's fighting back against a player who has also had a rough 24 hours. Ignis holds a narrow 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, it is almost exactly what we anticipated. Mist has stayed competitive, but Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat right now. Fresh start for the second half. Ignis manages to put a stop to that mini run for Mist, securing a quick victory from the ramp. It's been a tough run of games for both of them lately. Ignis looks dominant as he pushes to a 9-5 lead. The lower ranked player is really capitalizing on this momentum. He's back in control, shutting down any hope of a comeback with a perfect shot. Just another tough result for a player who's been struggling all day. Wow, he nearly lets it slip. A brutal exchange from the Tetris that barely went his way. He's continuing to punish those gaps in the defense. He picks up another quick one to keep the deficit manageable. The two are essentially neck and neck on the ladder. That's a clean wipe for Ignis, and now he's just a single round away from closing this out. A really strong showing from the favorite today. And there it is, a picture-perfect final exchange to wrap up the series in Ignis' favor. He really held his ground throughout the entire set, making sure the momentum never shifted back for long. Havoc has completely controlled this rivalry, winning 69% of their total encounters. This historically dominance is showing up early in the series, and frankly, it makes sense given the gap in their league ratings. Mist is just refusing to let Havoc settle in, quickly picking him off that ramp. He's simply too sharp right now, securing another one from the ramp to move ahead. A complete reversal from their last meeting on red line. Havoc claws one back, shaking him off the ramp to narrow the gap. Coming off a dominant 26-9 run today, Mist is really putting the pressure on, taking control of the map by flicking Havoc right off the ramp. Mist is really starting to pull away from the pack here, putting himself in a very strong position. Havoc holds his ground from the wine box, shutting down the momentum with a clean take. The higher seed is starting to show some teeth. He's staying aggressive from the wine box, really digging in to close that gap. He is making a strong case for that favorite tag. Mist is playing very fast right now, securing a quick victory while holding that ramp position. Mist is putting together a really convincing performance, especially considering his recent 14-22 record today. It's impressive to see him push this lead when he's been struggling so much in his other matches. He's clearly found a way to neutralize the higher rated player here. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we are looking at a potential shock here. Havoc has a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head, but he's just not finding the answers against Mist right now. Mist is really putting on a clinic today, catching Havoc right off the wine box for another quick round. The rank 8 seed is really struggling to find his footing. He looks sharp, stepping up with a quick kill to keep the pressure on. The experience gap is starting to bridge. He's refusing to go away, walking away from that exchange without taking any damage. That's a really clean way to reset the momentum. Mist just clears him out from the wine box to put some distance between them. The momentum shift is startling given the overall head-to-head numbers. Havoc holds his own in that ramp battle, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. He's really digging in to make this a close series. He's absolutely relentless right now, equalizing the score with a total shutout. A complete deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. Mist is fighting back, quickly taking down Havoc while he was on the planks. A tough situation for him after such a strong run lately. What a battle on the ramp, as Havoc puts himself right back in the driver's seat. This is exactly why he went into today as the heavy favorite. Mist is simply refusing to let Havoc pull away, clearing him of those bricks to keep this a nail-biter. He's showing a lot of heart, especially after that recent loss to Ignis. Unbelievable. Mist barely survives that exchange to put himself one round away from victory. Absolutely clutch by the underdog to take a commanding lead. He keeps fighting, securing a huge win from the ramp to stay alive in this match. The seed difference is usually a huge factor in these bouts. What a finish! Mist closes it out with a perfect sequence to take the victory. Just a complete flip of the script. Despite all the history and that rank gap, he found a way to pull through. Hard-fought win. Emotion Meat Havoc has clearly been the more efficient player today with a 26-10 record over the last day. He is definitely the higher rated player of the two, but that shouldn't make Ignis any less dangerous in this series. Emotion Meat. Ignis is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. A crucial get for the top 10 rated player to stay in this. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on now, evening things up and taking control of the momentum. And he strikes again, continuing that relentless roll to take a 1-round lead. He's playing like the favorite today. He's completely taken over the match, picking up another quick victory to extend the lead. Ignis answers right back with a clean shot to trim the gap. He's fighting hard to make up for that close loss on Dunes. We are all squared up at 4-all now. A high-stakes battle where the underdog is fighting for every single point. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless blow to move into the lead. The momentum swings back a bit, bringing us right back to a deadlock. It's been a dominant stretch for him in their head-to-head history. Ignis holds a slim 1-round advantage as we enter 11. He's proving that head-to-head record isn't everything. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the ratings suggested this would be a one-sided affair, but we are seeing a real fight on Italy. It is looking like a potential shock here. Time to switch it up. Ignis barely holds the edge at 7-6 right now. That was an incredibly sharp response to get back into the game. Havoc clawed back to make it a 7-7 tie. That's a massive head-to-head lead. He's continuing to build. Ignis is really digging in here, showing he can trade blows with the higher rated player. Absolute parity now, as Havoc forces an 8-8 stalemate. Havoc edges ahead, holding a narrow 9-8 advantage. The tide has fully turned as he secures a third straight round for himself. He's definitely looking more comfortable than he did during that Dune series. He's simply taking over the map now, keeping that streak alive. He's putting that substantial head-to-head advantage on full display. What a statement! He just takes that completely, moving himself to the threshold of victory. Complete control of the server now. What a clutch reflex, catching him right off the wine to keep this match alive. Exactly what we needed to see to keep the tension high. Another fast reaction from Ignis, refusing to let the map slip away. Game over. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the series. Ignis really put him on the ropes for a while, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Ignis clearly dominates the head-to-head history here, holding a strong lead in total rounds won across their meetings. It makes that early lead by Mist even more interesting given how consistently he struggled against this specific opponent. We'll see if he can maintain the pressure. Mist is really cooking now, leading 2-1. He's definitely defying the odds in this series so far. Mist is really putting the pressure on now. He's looking sharp and looks completely in control. A tough start for a player who struggled recently. Mist holds a tight 3-2 grip on this battle. The rating difference is practically non-existent between these two. Ignis claws back to tie it up at 3-all. A very similar outcome to that last set they played on Blame map. The pace is just electric right now. Mist is reacting incredibly fast to keep this lead. Unbelievable. That was a brutal exchange, and Ignis barely survives the chaos to even out the score. Ignis just edges ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 lead. That was a much cleaner finish than the last one. The streak continues for Ignis, who is looking completely untouchable right now. The favorite is firmly back in the driver's seat now. He is simply outclassing everything Mist throws at him right now. He's clearly the more seasoned player in these matchups. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's simply too steady, and it shows in the way he consistently shuts down those comeback attempts. Time for the side swap. That was a desperate scramble, but Mist manages to dig deep and secure the opening round of this half. He's showing some real grit to fight back right now. He's totally overhauled the situation, bringing us back to a deadlock at 7 apiece. That was practically a blink. He's now moving inside the lead with 3 straight wins. Ignis quickly shuts things down, picking him off the ramp to bring us back to a deadlock. What a statement. He's showing serious resolve, taking an effortless round to push his lead forward. An absolute shutout there as he continues this impressive surge. That was a frantic scrap, but Ignis managed to hold his ground on the ramp to tie this up. He's definitely fighting a steep uphill climb given his recent form. Ignis is leaning on that ramp position perfectly to steer this game right back to an even split. It's a total toss-up now with both players sitting in the mid-20s on the ladder. He is putting on a masterclass of willpower, reclaiming the lead and pushing his advantage to 11-10. What a shift in energy. He's just completely taken over this map and now sits on match point. He's completely flipped the script on the pre-match odds. What a finish. He completely overwhelms the competition to close this out and secure the victory. A huge result for the underdog, especially since he's been fighting such a losing battle in their head-to-head history. He's finally found a way to break that streak. What a fight! Havoc has dominated this rivalry, winning 68% of their head-to-head matches over a massive sample size. It's clear that Mist is trying to build some confidence after their recent victory against him on Fast Aim. Now the challenge is seeing if that momentum can travel over to this map. Havoc holds a slim lead, but Mist is fighting back. That higher rating difference is starting to show on the server. Havoc is really starting to separate himself early on. These quick exchanges are going his way. Goodness, that was an absolute scramble. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to extend the run. It's starting to feel like that top quartile skill gap is real. Mist maintains his ground from the box to keep this series competitive. It's a tough spot for the higher seed to be in. He's really digging in now, securing another round to chip away at that deficit. Havoc entered this match with a strong 25-10 record over the last day, so yeah, it feels like he's bringing that consistency to the server. I wonder if Mist can actually mount a comeback despite the uphill battle here. The tide has turned completely as Havoc charges ahead with 3 straight wins. He's comfortably in control, acting like the clear favorite here. Unreal! He barely walks away from a brutal trade, clearing the box to move within reach of the break. Havoc takes a substantial 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's putting the pressure on perfectly and making it very difficult for Mist to find any footing. Time to see some fight from Mist. Havoc is just relentless, extending his lead to 10-3. He's really capitalizing on his superior rating in this encounter. He's ending these exchanges almost instantly, making it look effortless at this point. Absolutely incredible. Mist somehow digs deep to outlast him by a tiny margin. That was a nail-biter, barely walking away from the edge. A devastatingly clean shot from the box, leaving him with zero room for a recovery. He wins the firefight to keep the dream alive for just a bit longer. It will take everything he has to pull off a result like this. And that's it. A final perfect shot closes the door and secures the match for Havoc. A complete shutdown by the top seed. Mist just couldn't keep pace with that kind of speed. Havoc has dominated this pairing long term, winning nearly 60% of their matchups. It makes sense that he's the favorite here, especially since he's already carrying the momentum from their last encounter. We'll see if Ignis can shift the tide. Havoc is staying aggressive, flushing Ignis right out of that Tetris spot to take control here. We've got a dead heat now with both sitting at 2. He's really making this a toss-up despite that ranking difference. Havoc keeps his hold on the match, putting a lot of pressure on the opposition from that Tetris position. Havoc's really pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. His top 10 ranking is definitely showing right now. Ignis claws back to 3-4, refusing to go quietly. He's definitely shaking off the rust from a tough start to his day. Havoc reads him perfectly, just wiping Ignis right off that box to widen the gap. Havoc is putting on a strong showing today with a 26-10 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast to the struggle Ignis has faced in his recent games. He's really looking untouchable right now. He manages to hold that Tetris spot and secure another victory. He's certainly capitalizing on his higher position on the ladder. He stays in control from the box to push his streak to 4. He's really capitalizing on that higher seed today. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is unfolding just as we expected. He's just outclassing Ignis right now, which is a reflection of the overall skill gap between these. Fresh sides, let's see the response. Ignis is struggling to bridge this massive 5-point gap. He is certainly showing more resilience than his recent form suggests. Havoc is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 10. He's firmly in the driver's seat after that last head-to-head. Havoc is just too quick for him right now, pulling the trigger while Ignis is still perched up there. Ignis is stubbornly fighting back here, refusing to just hand over the victory. He holds the advantage from the Tetris, putting him just one more round away from the finish. Just another example of his superior efficiency today. Absolutely effortless, Havoc closes it out from the Tetris to secure the map victory. That's just another day at the office for the number 8 seed. He's simply too sharp right now. Ignis holds a massive historical advantage here, winning 61% of their career encounters. Well, despite that weight of history, we saw Mist actually take their most recent head-to-head clash. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can reclaim that dominant trend today. A chaotic duel on the ramp ends in his favor, securing a commanding early lead. Ignis clears the ramp to keep the streak rolling, putting himself in total control of the opener. The favorite is really asserting his will early on. He just can't find a way down from that ramp. A flawless opening set for Ignis. A strong shift in form considering his recent struggles. He continues to feast from the ramp, taking a full 6 rounds in a row. He is simply on another level right now, pushing his lead to a staggering 7 rounds. Absolutely ruthless. The momentum shift has completely swung in favor of the frontrunner. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another lightning-fast win to reach 9 straight. He just doesn't let up, picking the other man off the ramp to reach double digits. Here, just a second later, cleans him off the ramp, maintaining an incredible grip on the match. Ignis goes into the break with a 12-0 lead, and honestly, he's completely lived up to the hype here. Mist needs a total reset if he wants to avoid a quick defeat. Time to see some fight from Mist. Absolutely dominant from start to finish, Ignis secures the final point and shuts the door. A complete blackout for the opposition. He really just marched right through those defenses without breaking a sweat. Havoc enters this one with a massive historical lead, having won nearly 70% of their previous encounters. So yeah, he's looking very comfortable right now. It will be interesting to see if Mist can shake that mental weight early on. Havoc is really dominating, leading 2-1. Mist needed a response after that rough set on Blame Dunes. Mist is moving in the opposite direction now, really shifting the energy of this series. Absolutely effortless. He's taking full control of the server now. A tough spot for the higher rated man to be in. A quick return for Havoc, evening things up completely. He's showing why he's currently sitting in the top 8 on the ladder. Mist grabs a tight 1-round edge right here. The momentum shift is real after that disaster for him on Dunes. Deadlocked at 4 apiece, this is a total stalemate. Unbelievable. Havoc claws his way back from the brink to survive a chaotic exchange. A complete contrast to the way he looked on Redline. He's simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight win. A swift response here to keep things competitive as we approach the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. Honestly, Mist is punching well above his weight here. Despite the gap in their ratings, the underdog is playing the top 10 seed to a dead heat. Fresh start for both guys. Havoc just edges ahead, claiming a narrow 7-6 lead. He's definitely riding the wave of a hot streak today. What a scramble! He barely makes it through that exchange alive to secure another victory. Looking every bit the favorite right now. The tension is rising as we're back to a 1-round difference. Both players are really fighting for every inch of ground right now. Mist strikes back to bring us level at 8. A huge shift from that 13-5 blowout on Dunes earlier today. Havoc reclaims a skinny 1-round cushion for himself. He's putting that superior rating on display right now. Havoc has been incredibly sharp today, putting up a strong 26-10 record across the last 24 hours. He's really taking that confidence into this match. If he can keep this run going, he should have no problem closing this out. A complete shutout there, and he's refusing to let the lead slip away completely. This is exactly why the bracket predictions weren't a total lock.